welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for Division 3, and we're here round 1 actually for Season 6. And we've got Brands Hatch this time around with 16 cars on track for Division 3. Currently, Tom sitting on provisional pole, 9/10 clear of anyone here. I think Tom signed up a bit late, so every other division was full. And he's going to be stuck in Division 3 for this season. But definitely Division 2 and Division 1 pace, I think. Towards the top end of Division 2, or even Division 1, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see what he's doing. Actually, a 23.7 is a very, very quick time. So yeah, definitely towards the top end of Division 1. And let's see if he can actually improve as he's about to come across the line. Not using that inside line closer to the pit wall. That's usually the ideal racing line, coming down that start-finish straight, because it's not off camber. Ibanez then in P2, 9/10 off. Eduardo in P3. A lot of new drivers here in Division 3, but Eduardo in P3, 1.7 seconds off, with La Perea not too far off either. He's about 100th off of Eduardo's time there, so very close between those two. Cosmic Crusader, another driver, new driver here to the SimZone, and has also become a patron without even attending their first race, which is good to see. But 2.3 seconds off, with Paul Moore in P6, also 2.3 seconds off, so just 200ths, or even less than that, separating those two. And then Uboet in P7 in the Aston. He's coming up towards the last corner here. Let's see if he can find any more time. He's got about 3/10 to Paul Moore in P6. And he's going to take that ideal racing line. What's it going to be for Uboet? He does improve by about 1/10, but it's not enough to get another position there, and he's invalidated that lap. So he's only got one more chance to do so. I think he's going to stay out on track here. Who's going to be the next to cross the line? We've got the number 7 car of Shadow Destiny, who's joined the lobby a bit late, but what's it going to be? P13 there for Shadow Destiny. Joe Racing 62 is back with us for another season. His son, though, not racing this season, I think a bit busy this time of the year. But currently sitting in P14, 6 seconds off at the moment. There's definitely a lot of time to find here. But the next car on a valid lap is going to be the number 28 car. That's of Turlon, who's back with us. I think he missed a season or two. But he's back here for Season 6 now. And as we saw there, just going off the track in the previous corner. So this lap's going to be invalidated, sitting 4.3 seconds off that provisional pole time. But yeah, Tom's just an alien. I don't think anyone's going to get close to him this time around, or in this race, even in this division throughout the whole championship. I don't think anyone's really going to put much of a challenge towards him. The number 21 car, that is there even a 21 car? No. Yes, there is actually. That's Merryhammer, who's also new from Ukraine. Also running those colours, I think. That's a very light blue, but he puts into P10. That's pretty much his qualifying session over. He's going to return the car to the pits. And we had the number 7 car of Shadow Destiny crossing the line once again, but that's his qualifying session over. P13 and P15 and P16 are both reserve drivers, so obviously they won't be able to set a qualifying lap in this session. Tom's still out on track, but SFDC 12 is coming up towards the final corner, just sitting in P8 there, so pretty much bang in the middle for this qualifying session. And no, not up for any improvements. He's going to return the car to the pit lane. Turlon then is the last driver out on track, using all of the track available there, and he's going to take the optimal racing line towards the start-finish line, and there we go, puts it into I think P10. I'm not sure if that was, can't remember now, but there we go. He is 3.5 seconds off and that secures Tom in P1 for this qualifying session, Ibanez in P2 and Eduardo in P3. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll be back very shortly for this half an hour race. Okay, welcome back. We are on the end of this formation lap, about to get going here. And as we saw Tom on the pole there, but he actually lost it on the formation lap. I don't think he picked up any damage, but we're about to get going here. And there we go, we are green. So Tom off to a very good start, holds the inside line. That's Ibanez challenging for P1 already, but no, slots back in. And Tom off to a very good start. Looks like he's caught the rest of the field napping, but Ibanez catching him under the braking zone into turn 2 there. Looks like we've all got through cleanly, which is good to see, especially for Division 3 with a lot of new drivers to sim racing and ACC in general. Yeah, everyone has got through cleanly, and once again we love the tower just shuffling around. We'll wait for that to change. There we go. Yeah, the whole grid pretty much stuck together, apart from the top 2, top 3 have slightly pulled away. You can see there in the background, that's Lapria already defending for his life in the Honda. Good to see Honda out on grid. He's gone wide there, but hasn't lost the position to Eduardo. He's gone wide once again, a bit of contact between the two, and oh, he has to be careful here. Very, very close call, but even between Cosmic Crusader, who's actually gained a few positions out of that. But yeah, I think Lapria was a bit slow when rejoining the track, and all collision there between Eduardo and Cosmic Crusader. That's not good to see at all. Not exactly sure what happened there. Seems like Cosmic Crusader may have either slowed the car on the exit, or Eduardo was a bit too fast, and we're 3 wide coming into turn 1. Let's hope this doesn't end into tears. And the Bentley there in the background, Paul Moy, just backs out of that, and looks like they've got through cleanly, but he's challenging for another position here. We've got a few cars off in the background, but no, Paul Moy hasn't got that move on Ugoet, who's actually up into P3 now, but in the background that's not SFTC, that is Turlon, who's up a few positions. It's run wide ever slow slightly, and we've got contact here. Oh, a bit of carnage going on in the background. Not sure who got caught up in that. Paul Moy, he's going to have to get the car going once again. I think that might be the Audi of Eduardo down there. Yes, it is. Caught up in another incident. That's not good to see. But I'm sure the racing in Division 3 will get cleaner as we progress through the championship. Like I said, a lot of these drivers are new to sim racing and ACC in general. But Tom, with a 1.8 second gap to Ibanez in P2. Shadow Destiny's moved up the order quite a bit. He's currently in P5, challenging for position for P4. Turlon just a few tenths ahead. We saw him go slightly wide in the last corner, but look, they've got Morty and Cord going side by side here. I think Morty's got that. No, he's defending the position from Cord there. And Cord, taking a bit of the grass on the inside there through the final corner, but he's looking for that inside line, but Morty closes the door. Running the old AMG here, not the Evo version. But that is Lapria coming through the field once again after his mistake earlier on. And the door's been left open for him. Looks like Morty left the door wide open there. That's Alex Rowe in the background, I think. Yes, it is. Who wasn't able to capitalise on that, but he's caught up to this pack. You can see there, Mary Hammer and Eduardo both into the pits. And that would be due to damage repairs. Let's hope to see them back out on track. Fastmat saying new drivers, cold tyres will be a learning experience for some today. Yeah, definitely. But apart from those few collisions, we've had some good racing here. I hope I haven't jinxed it. I always do. But Alex Rowe still can't get past Morty here. These two have been batting it out pretty cleanly. We've got a driver off there. I think that's the Lamborghini of Shadow Destiny. He's made a huge mistake. He's dropped right down the order behind Morty. But luckily hasn't lost the position to Alex here, who has now got a car between him and Morty. Morty's catching up to Lapria now, and that is Alex Rowe, who's found the inside line. He's going to have the inside for turn 1 now, and this move, I think, is going to be over and done with into turn 1. Yes, it is. Shadow Destiny can't really fight back, but he's got a better exit out of turn 1. And now he's going to have to settle for that position for now. But you see in the background, that's the Bentley of Lord Piroth who's catching up. He's got a bit of damage on his car. But good to see the Division 3 drivers continuing the race even after the little bit of mess at the start. And look at these two, Morty and Alex Rowe, still back battling now. And there's nowhere to overtake in this sector of Brands Hatch. Alex is going to have to rely on a mistake from Morty to get this position done, or even a better exit out the final corner to get the move done into turn 1. At the moment, these two having a faultless race. Alex is really applying the pressure here. None of those two using the exit curve, probably the safest bet when they're battling for position. SFDC into the pits. It looks like Morty with a good exit out the final corner. These two are losing time though to the drivers behind. Shadow Destiny is catching back up. Likewise, Lord Piroth. We can see a 4-car battle here for P7. But quickly we'll switch to the battle for P5. That is Turlon and Lapria. Lapria's moving up quite a few positions after that mistake he made. And we do, I believe, have Driver of the Day voting. It should be out soon in the chat. I hope so. If not, I'll post it in there myself. But still, early on in this race, it's only been 7 minutes. Sorry, Cosmic Crusader in the pits. We had a retirement, unfortunately, and I think that would have been SFDC. Who would have retired the car. Cosmic Crusader, we saw pick up some damage earlier on. Let's hope he can continue this race. Turlon dropping off the back of Lapria now, and Tom is shot off into the distance, although not the gap I was expecting, 6 seconds. So Ibanez slightly sticking with him, and a mistake from Tom could definitely lose him that position. But we'll go back to this battle for P7. Looks like Alex Rose got past Morty here, an upper position. But he has his hands full, so Morty's not going to let him go that easily. Shadow Destiny's now dropped back slightly too. And Cosmic Crusader back out on track. And a bit of contact between the two, but luckily Alex Rowe with an incredible save there. I'm not sure how he saved that. And I don't think he's picked up much damage, or any even, from that incident. But here we go, Morty having a look down the inside, bit of a dummy there. Has he sold it? No, he hasn't. These two battling has really brought Shadow Destiny back into the battle. He's possibly less than a second now to Morty there. These two are definitely the ones to watch. Stuart saying Tom's that fast, he's about to start next week's race. Yeah, he'll be off into the distance. We'll see him at what's the next round? Let's just quickly check. Yeah, we'll see him at Barcelona by the time we finish this race. Yeah, these two still battling it out. Looks like that seems to be a back marker just up ahead. I think that's Merryhammer. Yes, it is. He's going to have to move out the way of these lead cars here. There we go, blue flag's being waved. He hasn't moved out the way just yet. He's going to have to do it on this next short straight that he gets. And there we go, he does so perfectly. I think Morty should be able to get past here. Yes, he does. And in the background, that's Shadow Destiny and Lord Piroth going side by side into turn 2, and round the outside goes Lord Piroth. What a move there! And all that inside curb seems to be causing problems for Shadow Destiny. Just didn't get the exit he wanted out of turn 1 and turn 2. And what a move there from Lord Piroth. You don't usually see that happen. Paul Moy in the background now catching up to this pack. Shadow Destiny, after such a good start, has dropped down the order slightly, but we haven't spoken much about second, third and fourth, and Ibanez about, what was that, 7 or 8 seconds behind Tom now, I think? 6 seconds still, so he's keeping with Tom. He's managing the gap at the moment, but a bit wide there through turn 1. I'm sure they're going to be feeling the tyre wear already with a 34 degree track. But Uboet in P3 currently. He's got Cord in the Audi, just 2.9 seconds back, and Lapria just a second back to Cord, so we could see a 3-car battle in a few laps' time. But let's check Shadow Destiny and Paul Moy, who are bumper to bumper now. A bit of a wiggle for the Lamborghini number 7 there. He's taking that racing line up towards turn 1. I think thought about defending there. Paul Moy doesn't seem to be close enough on the exit of turn 1 to get along the inside there for turn 2, and now on the exit down towards Graham Hill Bend. If I can even remember the corners, it's been quite a while since I've driven here. Yeah, Paul Moy having a look down the inside. I think he's almost pushing the Lamborghini round there. But no, he's not able to get that move done, and look how much time he's lost just by having to slow the car down. We go back to battle for P5, another mistake there for Lapria. I think we saw him go off there in the early stages of the race, and off once again. These drivers are going to have to be careful of track limits. We definitely don't want any of them getting a drive through, especially in a half-an-hour race. It's very difficult to recover with not much time left. Just 18 minutes left to go, and Cord and Uber are now within a second of each other here. And let's see if you can go on board with Cord. Bit of a rhyme there. But yeah, let's go on board with him now.
Give it all you can.
That's not the on board. There we go. On board with Cord here. Let's get this one. There we go. Not too far off. You can see there. We're going for a bit of a later apex. He did mention earlier on today that he wasn't really comfortable with the Aston. He's been struggling on the straights as well, and you can see the Audi really catching up with the benefit of the slipstream as well. Just trying to look for that inside, showing himself in the rear view mirrors here of Uboet, but it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. There we go. We've got the drive of the day link in the chat, so make sure to vote for your driver of the day. This voting will close towards the last 5 minutes of this race here. And a bit of a compromised entry there for Uboet. He's, I think, trying to break the slipstream. Look how close Cord is now coming down towards turn 1. And very wide there, very late on the brakes for Uboet, and they're going to be side by side coming up towards turn 2. I think Cord's got that move done. Later on the brakes, but he's outbraked himself there. He's going to be on the marbles, and he's going to have no traction on the exit, but he's still kept that position somehow. And he holds on there, but with a bad exit. Oh, there's been contact between the two, and I think that was just a racing incident between the two. Cord went off the track wide and tried to get back on, but Uboet was there. And unfortunately, he's going to lose a number of positions here now. But close racing between the two, a very hard-fought battle, and now Cord's got Turlon right on his rear bumper. Cord hasn't been able to catch a break here. We have got Morty into the pits. What's happened to Morty? Doesn't look to be damage. I think it might be fuel. He may have underfueled here for this. Oh no, it is damage. Yeah, I spoke too soon. The back, the rear end of his car looked perfectly fine, but not the front. I think he's definitely made a mistake, had an off, and been into the barriers there. But Lapria and Uboet seem to be battling here. Lapria taking advantage of that collision with Uboy and Cord. But Cord's going to want to get this position back. You can see he's fighting hard here, coming down towards turn one. You can't even see his car in the background there. Just how close they are. It shows just how close they are. And up towards turn 2.
We are halfway through, not over yet.
And a bit wide there for Uboet. I think he's lost a bit of time now to Lapria. And Morty's going to be in the pits for some lengthy repairs. We've got another battle for P9. I think it's a 3-car battle. No, someone's a lap down. Nah, that would be Eduardo, who's going to try and unlap himself here. Has to be careful. He doesn't really want to get into any tangles with these two. But oh, I spoke so soon there. I think Pormoy actually just moved across, and he's been caught out there. He may even return the car to the pits, I'm not sure. Was he going to continue? He's going to continue on track. Maybe he knew it was his fault, so let Eduardo continue. But what a shame. I definitely opened my mouth too soon. Because we had a bit of a collision there as soon as I said something. But these two, P3 and P4, still within a second of each other. Just 13 minutes left of this race to go. Tom and Ibanez separated by 8.7 seconds. Ibanez slightly wide there, but doesn't seem to have lost any time. I think these two will be sticking with each other until the end of the race, barring any mistakes that they make. Let's have a quick read of the comments then. Fastmutt saying Cord was doing so good. Yeah, he definitely was. TFJ saying he likes rain races. I'm sure we're going to have a few more this season with us going into winter now soon. Pull my now into the pits. It's going to be for damage repairs. These two still battling out for that final podium spot. And make sure to vote for your driver of the day if you haven't done so already. We've got a few votes in already. But yeah, the voting will close in 7 minutes. And oh, a mistake there for Uboet, sliding there through turn 1. I think a bit too fast on the entry. But surprisingly, he hasn't lost that much time. He was about 5/10 to agree, but still, well, it might be just over a second now between the two. See, one mistake can pretty much cost you half a second there, even a position, as we saw earlier in the race. What's the gap? Yeah, 1.6 seconds. It's a whole second that Uboet's lost there, just due to that mistake into turn 1. Eduardo back into the pits. Possibly some damage. Gonna wait to see the front end of his car. Yeah, he's got some heavy damage there. I think after that collision with poor Moy, isn't exactly what you want to see. And also, regarding the donation link, we're looking to raise funds for a PS5 so we can get onto the new version and start championships on that as well. Don't worry, for the PS4 users, we'll be hosting both, but definitely do help out if you want to see the PS5 version, possibly next season or even this season if we can afford it. And there's a car around there, Joe Racing, who seems to be on his own, so he's lost the car on his own there. And he's got some front end damage and some rear end damage as well. It's not exactly what he wants, but he's got Cosmic Crusader closing the gap to him now after that mistake. I know what's the gap between these two? It's about 2 seconds? Yeah, just under 2 seconds. So yeah, Cosmic Crusader looking to gain a position here, possibly a top 10 finish. He's really closing in that gap now. I think definitely has the pace over the 777 Mercedes, but he's had a few incidents earlier on in this race. Joel Racing going defensive, but back over to the racing line. Cosmic Crusader can't go for a move into the final corner. Can he get the better exit to get it done into turn 1? Looks like he has got the better exit there. It's going to need to be later on the brakes, and no, backs out of that one. A bit squirrely on the brakes there. But he's really struggling to find a way past. He's got the opening here. He's going to have to be much later if he wants to get this move done. He's got the car stopped in time. And Joel Racing there on the marbles. Great move there from Cosmic Crusader up into P10. And he's going to have to pull away now. But back to the battle for P3. These two have been at it for quite a few laps now. Just 9 minutes left of the race. And 2 minutes left for... Sorry, not 2 minutes. 4 minutes left. Till Driver of the Day voting closes. So make sure to get your votes in. There is a link in the comments. I urge everyone to vote, but look how close Uber is. To Lapria, he's going to really be feeling the pressure now. He's the Honda 46 driver. They come towards the final corner, clearways and Clark Curve. I can't even speak. It's a bit of a tongue twister, to be honest. But it seems in that final sector that Uber's losing quite a lot of time. It may have just been a mistake for him in that final sector, but we've got battles all over the grid now. Lord Piroth and Shadow Destiny seem to be within a second of each other. Bentley just bouncing over that inside curb there, almost unsettling the car. We know the Bentley's very good over the curbs. And these two, oh, a bit of a mistake there for Lord Piroth, a bit of a slide through that final corner. I think the tyre wear is definitely playing an effect on the car's handling there. Shadow Destiny very, very close to Lord Piroth. Lord Piroth seems to be, might be on controller here. Inputs seem to be quite aggressive. Yeah, definitely think he is. And Shadow Destiny's going to need to be careful. But 7 minutes left of this race. Oh, almost making contact there. So close, just millimeters separating these two. I think Shadow Destiny's going to play the patient game here. He knows he's got the pace to get past. But he's made a mistake. And Lord Piroth has got a bit of breathing room coming down this back straight here. Down towards Hawthorne's. And then through Westfield, I think it is. Gosh, I really can't remember the corner names. I think it is Westfield. Yeah, still just 7/10 separating these two. The gap between Lapria and Ubuet is still under a second. But they're encountering some traffic now. This could play into the favour of Ubuet, who's going to want Lapria to get stuck behind the traffic. Alex Roy has now caught up to these two. He's been consistently putting in the laps and working his way up. And I think he's pretty much had a very clean race, has Alex Roy. He's got no damage whatsoever on that car. And now he's going to be putting some pressure on to Ubuet here. In the final few minutes of this race. Drive of the Day voting will be closing very shortly. But And here we go, a 3-car battle, or 2-car battle now, where we've got some traffic there. Joel Racing just moving out the way for these two. Is going to need to be careful here. There we go, does it perfectly. None of these drivers really losing any time, but Lepria seems to have got past Joel Racing there much easier than these two Astons did. You can see in the background, that's Eduardo now catching up to Joel Racing. I think they are on different laps though, and that's, sorry, that was Bouet wide on the exit of turn 1, and he's almost had it coming together. Oh, he has had it coming together there with Joel Racing. So the back markers coming into play. Shouldn't really be battling for position. They're going to need to get out of the way unless they can put away here. But Bouet, I think after his mistake on the exit of turn 1, lost that position to Alex Rowe anyways. But yeah, blue flags are being waved. Eduardo trying to unlap himself. He's a bit aggressive, is Eduardo. He doesn't really need to be, because he's not going to make up these positions. And very aggressive there on the inside. But luckily, no one getting spun out there. We've got another Audi in the background. That will be Cord, who's coming up to lap these guys as well. And he's close to Bouet here, so we could see another battle for P5. But yeah, Eduardo completely out of the field. Not out of the field, out of this battle even. He's pulled away massively. So yeah, definitely has the pace to unlap himself, but I think a bit too aggressive for my liking. Especially being down in P15, 3 laps down. But this battle, Shadow Destiny and Port Lord Pirov, looks like Shadow Destiny has got past. And he's made a mistake. I spoke too soon. Oh, he's kept the position though. And I think he's got some damage on the... That's the wrong car. There we go. I think he's got some damage on that Lamborghini, unless it's just the livery. Can't really tell. And a big slide there for Lord Pirov. No, he definitely has some damage. You can see the bonnet there slightly raised. But where is our race leader, Tom? Coming through turn 3 now. Hasn't had any trouble this race whatsoever. But back to this battle for P3. Alex Rowe now challenging for a podium position here. Just 2.5 minutes left of this race to go. Can he get it done? I'm sure Lapria is going to be feeling the pressure. He hasn't really been able to catch much of a break here. He's had to defend from Bouet for most of the race, and now he's got Alex Rowe on the back of him. But we've got another battle for P11. I'm not going to switch to that just yet. We can see in the background we've got Eduardo and the Audi. He's going to need to be careful here. This is a battle for the final podium position, and that's Alex Rowe trying to sell him the dummy. Lapria defending the inside now. There is a bit of space on the inside. The door is open, but he's not going to have the inside for the next corner. And Eduardo really needs to be careful. He's a bit too close. And a bit of a wobble there for Lapria. He's going to have to go very defensive. On towards the back straight. And a flash of the lights there for Lapria. I think he might be watching the stream. Just a bit of a hello flash, I think. And he still holds on. Just 1 minute left to go. I think Eduardo is going to have to sit behind these two. He definitely doesn't want to get past. And oh, there's been contact there. Really, oh, and Eduardo's got caught in that as well. Not really anything he could have done. He's going to need to be careful with rejoining, but Eduardo, wrong place, wrong time, I think. Alex Rowe, unfortunately, just tagged the back. Ever so slight contact between the two. It resulted in a huge collision, and I think that was a retirement. No, Lapria is still there. Retirement for someone. I'm not sure who retired there in that race just now. But where is Tom? There will be one more lap. So here we go, Tom, on to the final lap now.
Leaders on final lap now.
Ibanez still just 7 seconds behind. But I'm sure Tom's going to take it a bit easier on this final lap to ensure he doesn't make any mistakes. Cord in P4. Still a solid result if he can hold on to P4 here. Even after that collision with Boet. I think it was Boet, number 69, Aston Martin. Tolan was disconnected, that's unfortunate. But obviously completing 75% of the race, he will still score points, which is, I guess, alright for him, but I'm sure he's going to be disappointed with that disconnection. But back to the race leader, where is he? Coming up towards the final corner now, Tom. Hasn't even put a foot wrong, he's been completely dominant here in Division 3. And he's going to round the final corner then. Flash of the lights there for Tom. And finishing in P1.
Has finished the race.
Bit of acrobatics towards the end, not exactly what we like to see. But Ibanez is going to cross the line in P2. A strong result from him. Alex Rowe in P3. But Cord is just 7/10 behind, and if Alex Rowe does pick up a penalty at the end due to the steward's decision, he could find himself losing a place. You see both these drivers sliding the rear of the car ever so slightly. During practice, I know drivers have been complaining slightly about the tyre wear. Here we go, Alex Rowe seems to have it under control as he comes towards the final corner. And yeah, Cord's gone wide, he's made a mistake. It's not close enough to capitalise on that, but Alex Rowe finishing in P3. Cord with a strong result in P4, Uber in P5. Priya in P6 is... no, he's fine for that position, that's a back marker. And there we go, there are your results. Tom finishing in P1, Ibanez in P2, and Alex Rowe in P3. But there we have it for Division 3. We'll be back shortly in about 10 minutes for Division 2, where we'll also show the results of the Driver of the Day in Division 2 as well. So make sure to stay tuned.
Sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. I wanna be with you always. Know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. Whoa. In the dark we fight, you take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you are glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way. Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to play in my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. guess you got all you wanted. Yeah, I don't know why suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. In retrospect, I could have paid attention. I could have tried harder, been smarter. Deep water, I'd be drowned. I should have felt the tension. I overreacted and acted childish, impacted us all around. When you were pushing me away, I should have tried to give you space and get out of your way. How did I not see this coming? You leaving one day. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home.
Okay, and we are back for Division 2 after an exciting race in Division 3, as we saw Tom take the win. But currently we've got 19 drivers on track here for Division 2. Simon Mello setting the bar for this qualifying session, 124.5. Not in the 123s yet, but still 6 minutes left of this qualifying session. And Simo obviously being promoted from Division 3 up to Division 2 this season. It wasn't Division 3 last season, so he's now in Div 2 and he's currently doing a great job. We've got Skyfu just putting it into P2 there. I think he may even return the car to the pits with DeedeeTKU in third, just 1.1 seconds off. He's rounding off the final corner here, using the Audi this season. Was in the Lamborghini last time around. He's going to cross the line. What's it going to be? No improvement there for DeedeeTKU. Next car is going to be the number 90 car of 10 TFS, Tequilita, who's put it into P4, 1.1 seconds off as well. Sniff has gone into P3, just 3/10 off. And we heard during the week that he was lapping in, I think, mid to low 24s, I believe, or just in the 24s in general, and he's doing that at the moment. So definitely keep an eye out for Sniff. Next car across the line. We've got a few that are on an invalid lap. We've got the 197 car. That would be... Is there even a 197 car? Am I making things up? I think it's a 107. There we go. That's Simo Mello. It's quite hard to see the numbers on the map. But he's coming up towards the final corner now. Let's see if he can improve. He's all the track available. Could have used a bit more there, but he's going to come across the line, and he does improve almost into the 23s. He's done a 124.1. Has Simo Melik into the pits, currently in P12. With the top four all within a second of each other. DeedeeTKU there puts it into P4. And we've got the number 43 car about to cross the line. That's Windsor. He's back with us for the GT3 Championship. He crosses the line. I don't think he did improve that time around. But he's only got a 10th to Speedy and P13. That's all he needs to find at the moment. Then we've got the 420 car of Fast Matt. He's going to cross the line. P12 there for Fast Matt. A good improvement for him. And the 222 car of Akril in P9 currently. We've got Sergej. Oh, he's gone off there, so that's going to be an invalid lap for him. The number 11 car though of Speedy. Quite a few Porsches there, a couple of Porsches, a few Lamborghinis as well. With a nice mix of cars on this grid tonight. And Speedy's coming down the start finish straight now. Has he found any more time across the line? No, he hasn't. So no improvement there. Still P14 for Speedy. And SimZone still tops this qualifying session with just 2 minutes left to go. Got the number 20, I believe the 28, 26? I can't even see properly. What was it? I'm not too sure. It was one of the 20 cars that just crossed the line. 10 TFS Tekelita puts it into P4, does improve. Just 7 tenths off now. Is there even a 28? No, there's not even a 28 on the grid. It might have been 68, I'm not too sure. But the next car on a lap is the 68 car, Mobic, who's in the Nissan this time. Usually chooses the cars that no one else really picks, and he's put it into P18. But yeah, he went for the BMW M6 last season, big slide there through turn 1, and is now in the Nissan. Not the easiest of cars to drive, but it sure does look good. And he's putting in some fairly respectable times here. Just a tenth off Alexba in P17. But Speedy coming round once again. Can he find any more time? Last time he didn't improve, but what's it going to be this time? He crosses the line. There we go, puts it into P11. 1.9 seconds off. Good time there from Speedy, the number 5 car of Chem Candy, then coming up towards the line. What's it going to be? Any improvement? Yes, he puts it into P8, 1.5 seconds off. Jumps up a couple of positions there. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that. Now we've got Yaroslav, who's also been promoted from Division 3 last season up to Division 2 for this time, Season 6. And let's see, crosses the line, does improve ever so slightly, but it's not enough to gain a position. So he sits in P10. Triple 2 car Acril crosses the line, and he puts it into P6. What a lap there from Acril. Just under a second to the provisional pole sitter Simo Mello. For the top 6 now, within a second of each other in this qualifying session. Very close at the top so far. And Speedy seems to be coming up towards the last corner, and once again we seem to catch him at the right time. Yeah, pretty much in clean air. Got no cars in front of him whatsoever. But he won't be able to cross the line in time, so this is his last lap. And no improvement. That's his qualifying session over. The number 9 car, Sir Jake, crosses the line with no improvement either. One Alexba is about to cross the line here. Has he found any more time? Yes, he does. Puts it into P16. Chem Candy in P9 there has finished his qualifying session, and the rest of the drivers in the pits have also ended their qualifying session. The number 76 car of Jay Melek in the Ferrari is coming across the line. Is he going to find any time? Yes, he does. Puts it into P12, 1.5 seconds off. So then the last car we have is the 223 car. No, it's not. Triple 2 car even of Acril. Can he gain any more positions? He needs a 10th to get P5 and knock down Dimajusta. And no, he doesn't. So P6 there for Acril. And there we have it. Simo Mello on pole position. Skyfu in second. And Sniff in third. But make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back in about a few minutes for this 45-minute race of Division 2. Okay, there we go. We're back on the formation map. Had a bit of an issue with the driver of the day there, not displaying everything, but unsurprised. Oh, there we go. It's changed. I'm not sure what's happened there. It's doing its own thing. There we go. But Tom, as expected, taking driver of the day with 5 votes. Paul Moy in second, tied second with Merryhammer, and then the rest there with 1 vote as well. We might not have driver of the day voting for Division 2. I'll see if we can get it up mid-race, but for now there is nothing at the moment. But here we go, Simmermello and Skyfu on the front row here, followed by Sniff and 10TFS. Going to be quite difficult to keep it clean with 19 cars on the track. You can see how closely bunched up they are, but they're going to be need to be very careful into turn 1. And who's going to get the jump? We shall see. We're about to go green here. And we are green. There we go. Simmermello off to a good start. Likewise as Skyfu. 2 Bentleys on the front row there. And Sniff having a look down the inside. I think that was Skyfu slightly wide there on the exit. And he's lost a... No, he hasn't lost a position. Sniff having to defend that inside line. There's a Ferrari very deep on the brakes there in the background. The pack just bottlenecking slightly, but it looks like everyone has got through cleanly. I better stop saying that, because as soon as I say that, something goes wrong. But it looks like, yeah, everyone's got through cleanly. In the back there might be a bit of a tussle. Yeah, I think there is a bit of a tussle in the back. But yeah, not much carnage at all, or if any. Simo leading this race. He's already opened a 1-second gap to Skyfu. Skyfu there has got a bit of a gap to Sniff. Sniff has held 3rd place. I don't think we've ever seen him this high up in Division 2 before, but he's definitely improved. And I say that he's made a huge mistake there. He's hit the wall, and he's going to need to be very careful. It did hold the brakes, but unfortunately bounced off that barrier. And one of the cars there just straightened him up, and he's got going again. I think that's Acrio in the Ferrari who's lost out slightly. Yeah, Sniff. Oh, Sniff has come into contact. One of the other drivers, he's caused a bit of an incident there. Not good to see. I think he needs to recollect himself here. Just calm down a bit after that incident. And continue once again, but he's dropped right down to the order. And I think that's just the commentator's curse coming into effect. We'll go back to the battle for P4, the Devil Sun and 10TFS. Quite close together. 10TFS dropping down the order slightly. I think he was P4 when we started. So he's lost 1 position to the Devil Sun. He's running the Lamborghini this season. Seems to be doing very well with it so far. Yaroslav and Akril, both these drivers from Ukraine, and pretty much teammates as well in the multi-class championship, I know, but they may be even talking to each other in this race. Battling for P7 at the moment. There's a bit of a gap between those two, but Jay Melek now gaining some positions up into P9. He's closing the gap to Yaroslav here in the Aston Martin. The Ferrari, a very strong car around Brands Hatch, at least on the console version. But definitely, once we get to 1.8 on PS5, the Ferrari won't be as good on many tracks anymore. Or as strong as it is now, at least. And we've had someone drop down the order. Is that Windsor? No. I think someone may have been overtaken there. But there's a huge pack of cars in the background. Windsor, they're having a look down the inside on K-Pote. K-Pote and Muzzy going side by side there into turn 2. Muzzy's going to have to defend the inside here from Windsor. Windsor now with a bad exit has Sergey all over the back of him. Sergej's got that inside line. Winter's going to have to leave the room, but and the Porsche of Sergej just backing out of that ever so slightly. I know, let's bring up the onboards here. So I believe top right is the dim adjuster in that on board. Yes, it is. And bottom right is Simo Mello, who's currently leading the race. We've got a huge pack of cars here. We've got the, I think that's Fast Matt, who's made a mistake. We've seen a few drivers make mistakes through that corner there. It's so easy to run wide. And with Brands Hatch, you don't really have any runoff. It's just grass everywhere. And as soon as you get onto that grass, it can send you any direction you can think of. But Fast Matt having to defend now from Sniff. Started P3, is all the way down to P18 now. And he's got some work to do if he wants to gain some more positions. Now Mobic only a few tenths behind, but we'll go back to this battle. Capote, it's quite a few cars. We've got Alexba leading this train, followed by Capote and a Lamborghini we're not watching now. Then Muzzy, Winter, TFJ, who's a bit further back, but then Sergej and the rest of the field pretty much just on the tail end of this. So from P12 to P19 we could see a number of position changes. And Alexba now increasingly under pressure with Muzzy and Winter closing the gap to him. And very late on the brakes there from Capote. Oh, sorry, Capote and Muzzy on the back of him. Winter a bit further back. One Alexba going defensive into the final corner. Muzzy's going to try, sorry, Capote's going to try that move, but it hasn't paid off for him. And now he's going to have to think about defending from Muzzy behind. These three losing a lot of time. Now Winter's into the battle already. But no position changes there. They're all going defensive into turn 2. The Aston trying the outside. He's going to be on the marbles there. Winter's got the opportunity to go down the inside. He's taken that opportunity, but they're going to be side by side. And Winter on the outside onto the grass there. Wasn't able to get that move done. He's now going to have to hold off TFJ. He's going to have a look there up the inside. But no, backed out of that. I think he may have... Oh, he's just kept it on the track. And you can see in the background, Sergej, Fast Matt, Sniff there, losing a bit of time now. But Fast Matt is going to have the slipstream. The Porsche not the quickest on the straights. But not really any space to get a move done at this section of the track. Let's go back to the battle for P4. Chem Candy within a second of the Devil Sun here. Not able to get the move done yet. Not really in a position to overtake. A bit of a slide there for the Devil Sun, taking a lot of the curb, and he's going defensive already. Possibly just to cover off that inside in case Chem Candy went for goes for a lunge, but he didn't. And the gap is now just a couple tenths between these two. Chem Candy seems to have got a better exit there out of Graham's Hill, and he's just kept it within the track limits as well. A few drivers braking a bit too late for, I think it's 30s? Can't really remember. Oh yeah, a bit too late. And picking up the marbles, which isn't what you want to be doing. Chem Candy all over the back of the Devil Sun here. The Devil Sun, I don't think it's been under this much pressure before. Both drivers taking all that inside curb. They're even allowing Acro to catch up now, so 3-car battle for P4. The Lamborghini bouncing over the inside curb. They're taking a bit of the grass even, but he's going to have to go extremely defensive towards this final corner. I know we're probably going to even see a 5-car battle here. We've got this 3-car battle already. Candy's made a bit of a mistake through that final corner, and Aqua's looking up the around the outside here into turn 1. He's going to have to be later on the brakes, side by side. Candy's going to hold that position, and a nice attempt there from Acril, but I think he's going to have to slot back in. You can see in the background Tekelita and Yaroslav. Yaroslav, the Aston there, we know it's a common problem. Getting the front wheels onto that curb just sticks the rear end out. It can be fixed with the setup, but and the TC even. But yeah, he's lost a bit of time as a result. He's got Jay Melick now all over the back of him. We'll keep an eye on those two. Kim Candy still not able to get past the Devil Sun. Brands Hatch is a very, very narrow track. Likewise, most of the British tracks. I guess barring Silverstone is quite wide. Is Silverstone. Yeah, a lot of the British tracks are quite narrow. And a huge slide there for the Devil Sun. Has he kept it together? He has. He's going to need to be very careful here. Chem Candy late on the brakes, almost making contact with the Devil Sun, and Acril looking for a position here. He's going to have to slot back in. Oh, I'm not sure if there's a bit of contact between the two there. I think there may have been. Acril's going to have to be careful here. But these three have been in the same positions for quite a few laps now. Pressure doesn't really seem to be getting to the Devil Sun just yet. He's taking a perfect defensive line. No one's been able to get past him. And Chem Candy's slightly wide there, but he should be okay for the next corner. He's going to have the inside now. And yeah, 10TFS definitely in this battle now. It's a 4-car battle for P4. Yaroslav just behind. Can he make it a 5-car battle? Likewise, Jane Melick, possibly 6. But further down the order, we've got a 3-car battle here for P12. Alexpa still leading this train. Windsor's just behind in P13, and TFJ in P14. Sniff and Fastmat have dropped off slightly. It's probably due to this battle that's going on here for P15. And Armobic and Sniff seem to be battling out for P17. They need to work together if they want to catch this back up. But we haven't really talked about the top 3 at all. Apart from the start of the race, Simo Mello's already got a 7-second gap. I think he's definitely going to be in Division 1 next season. He's way too quick for these Division 2 boys, at least at Brands Hatch. Skyfu in P2 and Dimijusta in P3. He kept his nose clean after that collision at the start. And he's gained a few positions, but still back to this battle we go. Look at this train of cars. I think we have to go on board with the Devil Sun here. I think it would be rude not to. Let's do it now. So, here we go. You can see all the cars behind him. He's got a huge train here. 5 cars. Oh wait, 6 cars. Acril just hiding behind that massive Bentley there. Can't even see him at the moment. There we go. Tries to go for the outside. He's going to go for the inside now. No, not close enough. It's a very difficult corner to go for a move. Yeah, the Devil Sun doing a great job so far at holding this position. But he's causing quite a train behind him. And remember, there is a mandatory pit stop in this race, so none of the drivers seem to have pitted just yet. And Chem Candy tried that move around the outside. It didn't really work for him, but he's got to keep trying different things. I think an undercut for one of these drivers in this train is going to pay off really well, especially for Chem Candy. He has the pace to get past. So an undercut, I think, hitting now is going to favour him massively if he pits within the next couple of laps. And he's going to have a look down the inside there, a bit of contact between the two. There's no space there for Chem Candy. But he's managed to hold that position as the Devil Sun. Chem Candy now defending from Acro. You can't even see anyone behind that Bentley. Acro not close enough actually. And J Melik on the back of that train. Actually, I think J Melik has overtaken Yaroslav, who's dropped to the back of this train now. But here we go, the Bentley's got this slipstream. Candy, look how close he's getting through these corners. Definitely needs to go for an undercut here if he wants to get this position. Done and dusted. But we've got a few comments coming in. Lazy comment saying he's going to be on PC in the summer, which is good to see. Wins are back in 13th, yes, on his home turf as well. But we're currently concentrating on this battle, and yes, Chem Candy, into the pits. I may have even been watching the stream, I don't know. And Akril and one of the Audis side by side there. Let's go back trackside. I'm not sure who that Audi is. It is 10TFS who tried to go for a move there on Akril, but didn't pay off for him. He's gone slightly wide there through turn 2. J Melik's having to defend that position from Yaroslav, and Kim Candy, I think the only driver to pits, or I say that, TFJ now into the pits as well for his mandatory stop. And look at that, Melik having to defend through every corner here. Yaroslav's got the pace advantage. Where can he get it done is the question. He could get it done here around the outside. It's going to be a brave move if he can pull it off. No, he backs out of that one. Sensible there from Yaroslav. And a sniff now into the pits as well. Good to see we've still got 19 cars out on track. But yeah, from Simo Mello leading the race, been pretty faultless from him. Already a 10-second gap to Skyfu in P2. The Devilson and Aqua are still going at it here. But a bit of breathing room for the Devilson. I'm sure he's going to be relieved with that. But Chem Candy, where has he come out on track? If he's in clean air, yes he is. He's got one car just up ahead of him, but not close enough just yet. The Devilson now into the pit, so this will be interesting. Has the undercut paid off for Chem Candy, going a bit wide there through turn 2. Would have lost some time there, but this outlap is definitely important for Chem Candy. We'll keep an eye. Actually, where is he? He's coming down this back straight now. Show the Devilson in the pits. 10TFS on the back of Akril. One of the few Audis here on track tonight, and Armobic up into P14. Obviously hasn't pitted yet. Right, where is Chem Candy? He's coming up towards the penultimate corner now. Kenny saying Simo's Div 1 pace for sure. Karim saying Simo's Alien and Div 1 driver next season, yeah, definitely. But make sure if you haven't done so already to donate to us. The link is pinned in the comments and is up on your screen at the moment. But looks like Chem Candy hasn't got the undercut, so I think he's made an error in the pit stops. Maybe put fuel in because there's a huge gap between these two. But as I was saying, help us raise some money so we can get a PS5, because there's a lot of people wanting to go into the PS5 version. So the more donations we get, the quicker we can get onto the PS5 version. But yeah, definitely now is the time to donate if you haven't done so already. Also, a big thank you to our patrons, who I'll just quickly bring up on the screen now. Yeah, thanks to all our patrons in supporting us. Back to this battle, Melik. Still sitting comfortably in P6. Yaroslav has dropped off this pack ever so slightly. Alexba now into the pits, couple laps down actually. Not sure what's happened to Alexba. May just be an error, or they may actually be a couple laps down because the others haven't actually pitted. Yeah, I think that is correct. So he's okay for now. Let's bring the onboards back up here. You can see Simo in the bottom right in the Bentley there. I think looking to pit soon. If I were him, I'd keep it out a bit longer, but the tyres maybe towards the end of their life. But yeah, cycling through the MFD was Simo Mello, so eyeing up a pit stop maybe within the next few laps. J Melik's dropped off slightly, 10TFS still sticking with Acra though. Kenny saying, loving the driver names with the flags. Appreciate that, Kenny. It took quite a while to make. But here we go, 10TFS and Acro still battling. Are any of these drivers going to pit on this lap? Looks like yes, 10TFS diving into the pits there. Getting the car, oh, a bit of a collision with the barrier. Yaroslav following in suit. I don't think that would have cost 10TFS too much time. So he's into the pits, likewise Yaroslav. Speedy in P6 now, has got Capo right on the back of him. Battle for P6. Speedy, also a new driver to the SimZone in general, and to Division 2. And he's already become a patron. Likewise, Cosmic Crusader and Div 3. Both these drivers becoming a patron even before their first race at the SimZone. So great to see the support. Bit of a wiggle there in the background from Capo. And you can see that gap's over a second now. Speedy's going to have some breathing room. Capo possibly, I think he should really pit if he's struggling with the tyres. But Yaroslav there, still in the pits. I think he's had a bit of a blunder there in the pit stops. Tekulita's come out way ahead. Yaroslav there behind the Devil's Son, seems to be okay, but 5 seconds behind. Guess some of these drivers will be on different strategies. DeedeeTKU now into the pits. Acro also into the pits. J Melik's going to also follow through. But back to this battle, Fastmat and Sir Jake. Still, these two have been neck and neck since the start. I think Sir Jake was ahead in the start of the race. But Fastmat has found his way past, and looks like Sir Jake's gone into the pits. There we go. Possibly eyeing up an undercut. Well, he's pitted before, so that's his only chance if he wants to get this position done in the pit stops. And Fastmat in a bit of no man's land is going to keep it out on track, try and gain some time. But yeah, this is where the field spreads out ever so slightly, and then once all the drivers have pitted, it's when the grid gets even closer. We usually see 4 or 5 different battles going on at the end of the race. It's unbelievable. We saw it in Division 3 as well, even with no pit stops. So we'll see what it's like here for Division 2. Chem Candy and DeedeeTKU very close on track, just over a second between these two. I think that's correct. Oh, sorry, no, DeedeeTKU is behind Chem Candy. Chem Candy in P12, DeedeeTKU down into P13. I assume that would have been after the pit stops. I know we've got a lot of drivers now coming into the pits for their mandatory stop. On Mobic, has he come out ahead? of Sniff. Yes, he has. Sniff has got some serious work to do to gain some positions. He seems to be batting with a car that's not on the same lap as him. I think that is Muzzy. Sorry, where's Muzzy on track? Muzzy hasn't pitted, I don't think. No, he hasn't pitted. He is going to now. Got a bit of damage on the front end of that Aston. Might be affecting him slightly. Skyfu is keeping it out long. SimZone obviously already pitting. And he will be in the net race lead after Skyfu pits. Actually, he pits now. So, yeah, SimZone definitely going to be in the race lead after the pits. Wins are still yet to pit though. I think he's the only one yet to pit. We've got Fastmat and Muzzy into the pits as well. Windsor batting with Mobic. I wouldn't really say battling. They're on track, quite close to each other. But yeah, Windsor not going to want to battle with someone who's further down the grid. We'll see if he pits now. Ideally, he should, to get as much as he can out of the new tyre set. No, he's going to keep it out on track here. Maybe okay with the tyres this winter. He's going to go long. He is in clean air now, so he's going to take advantage of this. We go back to this battle. J Malik. Chem Candy's dropped. No, he hasn't. Sorry. J Malik has got the position in the pit stop, so up into P7. Chem Candy down into P8. It will be interesting to see where Windsor comes out after he pits. Lazy Cam was saying he likes Windsor's strategy, gets to be in the top 3 for a while. Yeah, definitely top 2 now even. But good to see Cosmic Mike on the stream as well. Good to see you. And I hope everything is okay. J-Mac very wide there through turn 1. Can Chem Candy get this move? He's got the inside line. J-Mac's going to have to give him the room. He's on the marbles though. I think Chem Candy's going to get this move done. It's ever so close. And yeah, there we go. He's got the move done. And I think we'll be able to catch a replay of that. Oh, I don't think it caught it. No, it did. There we go. Chem Candy just getting the inside line. Making it work for him. Can J Malik respond? Doesn't seem like it at the moment. Chem Candy's got some decent pace here in the second half, the second stint. But we've got some more battles here after the pit stops now. Capo and Speedy still on track together. Fastmat and TFJ on track. Oh, look at this, a 4-car battle, I think. No, blue flag's being waved. That is Simo in the back. He's going to have to navigate his way past. And it's going to be quite difficult for him. These drivers up ahead are battling with each other. So he's going to have to get past at some point. The question is when and where. And I think that was Sir Jake just letting him through. Not the best place for Sir Jake to let him through. Look how much time he's lost. But Fastmat's going to have to do the same. So let's see if he's going to do it before the final corner. Yes, he is, and he really hasn't lost much time at all. So he's extended that gap slightly to Sir Jake after letting the race leader through. Kenny's saying Chem Candy's been quick in practice. Yeah, and he's definitely proving it now. In P7 currently. But very surprised with the Devil Sun as well. I think the Lamborghini really suits his driving style. He's been on form tonight here for Brands Hatch. We'll go down to this battle between Muzzy and Armobic. Muzzy, I think he's repaired the damage in the pit stops, that's why he's lost some time. out on track. He has definitely repaired that damage. They've got Skyfu there in the background who's going to have to navigate his way past. Yeah, Muzzy looking to gain a position here on Armobic. Armobic's been pretty solid here this race as well. The whole of Division 2 is pretty competitive, and we can see there Muzzy just had a look down the inside there on Armobic, and Armobic I think going defensive. Bit of a slide there. They're gonna have to let Skyfu past at some point. Possibly now is the best time. No, I'm not going to do it now. It has to be on the start-finish straight, I think. Otherwise, Skyfu may start to get a bit impatient. Here we go. Armobic with a bit of a mistake there. They're going to be side by side coming down towards turn 1. Not really any space to let Skyfu past, but he's got past 1. And I think Muzzy's going to have to let him through now. And he holds onto the position, so an overtake there as a result of a mistake from Armobic, who's trying to get that position back. Super close between these two. He just hasn't been able to get it done, has Armobic, but look, he's got the better exit here. And he's trying for that inside line. No, had to brake a bit prematurely to avoid contact. A big slide there from Muzzy. And now coming down this back straight, we know how quick the Nissan is. He's going to have the slipstream as well. He's pulled out of the slipstream. Can he get the outside here? It's going to need to be later on the brakes. No, not close enough. Not long enough of a straight. I think for the top end of that Nissan to help him. A big slide there for Armobic as well. Has he binned it? No. It's just a cameraman being a bit lazy there, looking at the trees instead of the cars. As much as we like nature, it's not what we're here for. Yeah, look how much time Armobic's lost. We'll switch back to this battle for P4 of Akril and 10TFS. These two have been battling it out since the race start. And we've got 14 minutes left to go. Let's see if I can sort out the driver of the day voting very quickly. Very quickly here, pardon me. And if you haven't done so already, please make sure to donate using the link in the description. I'm sure once one person does it, other people will as well. We'll be wanting to move, or not move, but start a PS5 championship as well. And in order to do that, we need your financial support. And now is definitely the best time to do so, while I'm sorting out the drive of the day voting for Division 2. Look how close these two are out on track. Still 10TFS not able to get close enough to really go for a move. I think he's pretty much been in this position the whole race. He's got the pace to keep up with Akril, but Akril just hasn't made any mistakes. Now let's see, Windsor's pitting, 12 minutes left of the race to go. Let's see where it comes out on track. So Windsor's still in the pits. It's going to come out. What it seems like would be P9, I think, just ahead of Yaroslav there. But obviously Windsor's not going to be on optimum tyres here. He's going to be on colder tyres, fresher but colder tyres. He needs to really wear them in and get the heat into them as soon as possible, because Yaroslav here really, a bit of contact there, and not good from Yaroslav at all. I think a poor exit from Windsor. Yaroslav wasn't expecting that. But Windsor there dropping a few positions, and I'm sure he's not going to be happy with that at all. We'll go back to this battle between these two. Still within a few tenths of each other. Now let me just quickly finish this drive of the day voting. Oh, 10th slightly wide there. Luckily kept it together and hasn't actually lost any time. Looks like now 10TFS trying to push just that little bit more to get close enough to Acreal. Needs to be careful here, there's no runoff whatsoever at Brands. Windsor back into the pits. Oh, he didn't serve his mandatory pit stop, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways. Windsor, I think he didn't change his tyres. So a huge mistake for Windsor. He's going to drop right down the order then. Just a bit unfortunate for him. His drive of the day. The drive of the day voting will be out very, very shortly. You better get your votes in once it is out quickly, because we are approaching the final 10 minutes, final 9 minutes of this race. And TFJ back into the pits. He's had a bit, maybe a bit of an incident. No, his car seems okay. Could be fuel even. Has he miscalculated? Because he's now at the back of the grid. That's unfortunate for TFJ. But look at this, Chem Candy, the Devil's Son, now battling out on track. These two within a tenth of each other. Chem Candy, earlier on in the race, wasn't able to get past the Devil's Son. And they were separated a bit after the pit stops, but they're back on track now. And they've got no more stops left. So all the moves are going to have to be done out on track. Okay, there we go. The other day voting should be done. I'll just post a link in the chat very quickly. Oops, there we go. Just popped it in the chat now. Make sure to do that as soon as possible. Chem Candy down the inside here of the Devil's Son. Bit of contact between the two. I think the Devil's Son left him minimal room. But luckily didn't end up in tears for either of them. With Chem Candy looking left and right, trying to go for a move. He's really pushing the Devil's Son here. Bit of contact between the two again, but it's getting a bit desperate between these two. This is great racing. Now they've got Jay Melek into this battle as well, so 3 cars battling out for a top 5 position here. And you can see there in the background, that's DeedeeTKU. So I think we're going to have 4 cars battling here for top 5. And I did say earlier, this is where we see a lot of battles heat up. And that's XmecOnline having to go defensive, coming up towards turn 1. Bit of a mistake out of the final corner. But this is pretty much a 4-car battle now. He's gone wide through turn 1, bit of oversteer there. And XmecOnline's going to have that position easily into turn 2. XmecOnline deep in the brakes once again. DeedeeTKU not close enough to go down the inside. Unfortunate for XmecOnline, he's pushing a bit too much. And pushing the car beyond the limit. Results in things happening with the car that you don't want them to happen, a lot of oversteer. And XmecOnline running onto the grass slightly. I think this is going to give the DeedeeTKU a chance to open up the gap to this pack. Speedy and Capo still battling it out. They've been within a second of each other for pretty much the whole race, which you don't usually see. But look at this battle, 3 cars now. There, the DeedeeTKU has checked out. He is over a second, I think, to these 3 behind him. DeedeeTKU just waiting in the wings ever so patiently. They seem to be sticking with the DeedeeTKU slightly, although the gap is 1.3 seconds now. I think if I had to vote... Oh, we've had a retirement, I think, or a disconnection. Oh, a mistake there from DeedeeTKU as well. I'm not sure who we've lost exactly. Let's double check who we've lost. I think it's... No, it's not Sniff. Is it Muzzy? I think we've lost Muzzy here. It's unfortunate to see, but he's completed 75% of the race. So he will pick up points. But quite unfortunate for Muzzy then. DeedeeTKU after that mistake dropped 2.8 seconds back to these 2. The DeedeeTKU now actually 1.7 seconds to 10 TFS, so you could see another 4-car battle. They're actually side by side now, coming down the start finish straight, and 10 TFS with a mistake. He's got damage on the car, so I think he may have binned it somewhere, severe damage, and he's not going to want to pit. He's going to want to take the car towards the end and try and hold on for as long as he can, but he's definitely had an off somewhere, possibly while trying to chase Akril. And that's the brutality about Brands Hatch. You make one mistake and you're off into the barriers and pretty much race over for you. Look at this, Tetinus dropping down to P7. And I think he's going to lose P8 here to DeedeeTKU behind. Sniff and Armobic down in P15 and P16 are within a couple of tenths of each other now, I think. Yep, definitely. Sniff taking that inside curb. Once again, we saw this at the start of the race, and he's lost the car again. He's going to need to be careful when rejoining. But another mistake there for Sniff in the exact same place as last time. And it seems to be as soon as we flick over to him that he makes a mistake. There's definitely some sort of curse going on, commentator's curse, but we go back to DeedeeTKU, who I think has got past 10 TFS without hassle there. And looks like Speedy has got back past Capo. These 2 have been interchanging positions, and a mistake from Capo there, sends him wide out the final corner. He's on the gravel, but he's kept it moving. And he's going to lose a few seconds to Speedy. It definitely is sort of commentator's curse. As soon as I switch to someone, they make a mistake. We'll go back to this battle for P4. I hope XmecOnline doesn't make a mistake here. They're currently watching him now. And any Division 1 drivers who are interested in donating, make sure you do so now before we do start with Division 1. All bit of contact between the two again. Chem Candy's been trying everything he can to get past the Devil Sun here. I've just posted a link in for the donations. We're side by side here through the final corner. Bit of contact once again between those two. It's just like love taps between those two. But Melik back into this battle. Likewise as DeedeeTKU. They're going to be side by side now, coming up towards turn 1. But doesn't look like Chem Candy's going to be able to hold it around the outside. Very off camber is the outside there into turn 1. He's going to be out on the outside for turn 2. This isn't good because he can open the door up for J Melik, but he didn't there. Slotted back into the racing line to cover off that inside. And this is a 4-car battle for P4. But we are on to the final lap for Simo at least. And oh, there's been contact there. J Melik making contact with Chem Candy, and that sent him sideways. He's not going to be happy with that at all. J Melik and DeedeeTKU get past. DeedeeTKU coming out on top of that. We've got Yaroslav in the background, who's just joined in the fun. Chem Candy losing a few positions, which is quite unfortunate for him. Blue flags not being waved for any of these guys. All battling out on track or on the same lap. But let's have a look where our race leader Simon Mello is. Coming up towards the penultimate corner now. You see, he's made a slight mistake. As soon as we flick over to him, they make a mistake. But here we go. Coming up towards the final corner is Simo. Another dominant victory. Saw a dominant victory from Tom in Division 3. And now Simo sweeping the field here in Division 2. And he's going to cross the line in P1. Good haul of points there for the opening round. And there we go. There's P1 for Simo. Skyfu there, just getting past fast map back marker. And he's going to comfortably finish in P2. Acro 6.5 seconds behind. Skyfu's got a bit of the lap to go. TNTFS has gone into the pits, I assume, to repair his damage. But he's going to drop down the order here. People are going to overtake him. While he's sat in the pits here. He needs to get going once again and cross that start-finish line. But Skyfu going to come across the line any moment now in P2. Good points for him as well. Didn't have too much trouble, or no trouble at all during this race, and good points for Skyfu. Akril coming across the line in P3. What a finish there from Akril. Definitely fought hard in this one. The Devil Sun still having to defend. He's been defending the whole race. DeedeeTKU has got that inside line though, and oh, it's going to be a bit of contact between the two. I think there wasn't really enough space for DeedeeTKU to get that move done, and the Devil Sun's going to hold on here. And oh, Chem Candy tried to go for that position, but the Devil Sun finishing in P4. Bit of contact at the end of the race, but Devil Sun finishing in P4. Chem Candy in P5. Yaroslav in P6. J Melik in P7, DeedeeTKU in P8 after that collision. TNTFS dropping right down the order to P9, and that is pretty much your race for Division 2. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll be back shortly for Division 1.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way. Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. Guess you got all you wanted. Yeah, I don't know why suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. In retrospect, I could have paid attention. I could have tried harder, been smarter, deep water, I'd be drowned. I should have felt the tension. I overreacted and acted childish, impacted us all around. When you were pushing me away, I should have tried to give you space and get out of your way. How did I not see this coming? You'll leave them one day. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run.
we go then back for Division 1. 19 cars here as well for this division. And currently DeedeeTKU on provisional pole on a 123.9 with Cartmark just 300ths off in P2 and Melvin there in P3 just 900ths off. So the top three within a tenth of a second of each other. And then we've got Lager in P4, looks like it's SVV Casey returning the car to the pits. Lager in P4 just 1.7 tenths behind. Tayson Tom in P5 2 tenths behind. And look at this, almost the whole field is within a second of each other. Cartmark there puts it on provisional pole, also a 123.9. I think he's off the track there, well off the track. Oh, he seems to have had a disconnection. Let's hope he can join back in. Yes, I don't think he's been able to join back yet. Bit of a shame though. Let's hope he can join before the end of this qualifying session. But that puts Tayson Tom on pole, 123.772, and he's doing a bit of more lawn mowing there. I think he's going to return the car to the pits. New driver to Division 1, RMS. He's definitely proving he should be here. Currently in P5, just 3.9 tenths off. Baptista then in P6, 5 tenths off. I believe he was... no, he wasn't in the top 3 last season. So the top 3 last season was Melvin, who's currently P3 at the moment. Then we had Ollie RSR, who's down in P17 right now. And then third we had Kingy, who's in P8. Running the McLaren this season. It wasn't the Bentley last time, but he's gone back to his trusty McLaren, which he used in the earlier seasons. A nice Golf livery there as well, or at least trying to replicate one. It would be nice if we could have logos on the console version. Obviously, the custom liveries even aren't supported officially on PC. So Baptista, there we go, puts it on provisional pole, 123.700, and looks like he's going to return the car to the pits. And remember, the drivers have 2 sets of tyres to last them the whole race weekend. So I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to be managing their tyres here, and especially Melvin in the Lexus. There we go, we've got Cartmark back, which is good to see. John Jig in the pits, hasn't set a time yet. He's not got much time left in this qualifying session to do so. Oops. Yeah, Melvin the top 4 now into the pits. Cartmark going back out. He does have time to improve his lap in Division 1 in this qualifying session at least. GT Dell there. Showing his support for Lager, who's currently in P6, sat in the pits at the moment. But very, very close in this qualifying session. I believe that is Brownhill, who races on PC with us on Fridays. So good to see him here on a console stream, supporting one of his fellow drivers, fellow friends. But Melvin, seems to have a mistake there. But Baptista, no, he's just completed a lap. The next car around is going to be Euphoric State down in P17. I'm surprised John Jig though is in the pits. Doesn't seem like he's going to go out in this qualifying session. Euphoric State, no improvement that time around. Porsche's quite a decent car at Brands Hatch as well. But the next car is the number 77, DasStopsChild. I know I'm saying that wrong. When it's a German name, it means something to do with a stop sign. There's no stop signs here on the track, so I'll just stick to saying DasStopsChild, but he's currently in P15. He's going to be the next car who's going to cross the line. Currently second off. Let's see if we can find an improvement, find any more time in the McLaren as well. Just going to take the optimal racing line down towards the line. Is it going to be an improvement? No, it's not. No improvement there for DasStopsChild. And he remains P15. Oh, it's just so unbelievably close in Division 1. As it always is. We've got the number 67 car of Kenny in P12 currently. Can he find any more time? He's been able to do so in the practice sessions. But not this time around. He's got a couple more laps to improve. The number 19 car, then I believe that is Kingy, who crosses the line. No improvement there for him either. So he still sits in P11. Number 117, Euphoric State doesn't improve. And then we've got the number 36 car of Deedee, P9, currently in the Porsche. Let's see what he's going to do as he crosses the line. Still no improvement. So these drivers struggling to find some more time here out at Brands Hatch. 145 car Cartmark. Let's see what he can do now that he's back in the lobby. He's going to cross the line, and nope, no improvement there for Cartmark either. So none of these drivers improving. With the number 13 car SVW, who has got the SimZone setups on for the AMG Evo, says he's improved by over a second after getting the SimZone setups, and he's currently sitting in P13, 9/10 off. What's he going to do this time around? He puts it into P9, good improvement there by SVW. The number 15 car, can he improve? Lager, no, still sits in P6. Number 67, Kenny, does improve as well, puts it into P7. What a lap there from Kenny. Just 4/10 off. And it's a very, very competitive field here. The 117 car of Euphoric State now coming down the start-finish straight. Is he going to improve at all? He crosses the line. He does, puts it into P11. There we go, within a second now. Just 7/10 off. We've got the number 88 car, Oliver Saar, in P11 though, as he rounds turn 1. Number 1, that is Melvin, crosses the line. No improvement there. The championship leader of last season, down in P5, not usually where you see him in qualifying, sorry. But he's definitely got some serious competition this time around. The number 13 car, once again, SVW. Has he found any more time? Loving that livery as well on that AMG. But let's see if he's found any more time. Into the final corner, using all of the track available there. Down the start-finish straight now. And yes, he does. Back into a top 10 goes SVW. And top 16, all 8/10, all separated by 8/10, which is absolutely nothing. And it doesn't seem like anyone else had improved. The number 19 car, Kingy, is going to cross the line. You will have one more lap after this as well, but will he want to do another? He's going to cross the line now. No improvement, so yes, I think he's going to continue on another lap. Number 88 car and the number 145. Oliver Saar and Cartmark, both on invalid laps, so they'll be returning the car to the pit lane. Then we have the number 97 car, Ithan, running the Bentley. Coming into the final sector now, 8/10 off. And Baptista puts it back on pole there, 123.6. Nope, Ithan seems to have returned the car to the pits. Not sure how he did that when driving. Or he was stopped, I didn't quite see. I was paying attention to the pole time there set by Baptista. But RMS is going to be the next car across the track, also in the AMG. We've got 3 Mercedes this season, don't usually see that. Don't think we even had one last time. But the calendar this season round has quite a few strong tracks, strong Mercedes tracks. He's going to cross the line with no improvement. Kingy, the last car out on track, Rounds off the final corner now. All he needs is about a tenth to gain a couple of positions here. And he's going to cross the line. P7 at the moment. Puts it into P4 and he does improve. There we go. He's going to be on the second row, sorry, for the race start. But there we have it. Baptista on pole. Jason Tom in P2. And Cartmark there in P3. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll be back for the race in a couple of moments. So here we go then on the formation lap for Division 1. Just over halfway through now. And we'll have a look at the Driver of the Day results from Division 2 then. So, Sniff actually, no sorry, there we go, scrolled up. Simo Mello taking Driver of the Day in Division 2 with another 4 drivers. The Devil's Son, Ken Canley, Fastmac and Sniff all tied on 2 votes. And then we've got a few down, quite a few of the other drivers on 1 vote as well. So, we possibly will have Driver of the Day voting for Division 1 as well. We'll get that sorted out later on in the stream. But here we go, drivers lining up side by side now. Baptista and Tayson Tom lining up on the front row, Cartmark and Kingy on the second. Are we going to have a clean start like we've had in Division 1 and 2, Division 2 and 3, sorry. And who's going to get the jump into turn 1? It looks like Baptista should be able to hold that inside line. As we are green now, green flag's being waved and Baptista moves over straight away. What a good start from Baptista. And that is Cartmark down the inside of Tayson Tom there, already into P2. And we've got so many cars in the background there. They're going to need to be careful. Kingy there side by side with, I believe that was Tayson Tom, the Ferrari, and Melvin there just in the back, who I think has got past SVVKC. We'll just wait for this timing sheet to sort itself out. But we've had a bit of a collision in the background. John Jig, I think, and Rocco and DasStopsChild seem to have come together slightly. The 2 McLarens, a bit of damage on the front end of both. No, Rocco seems to be okay. Maybe some damage on the rear of that McLaren, but back to the race lead we go. Baptista holds on to P1. He's already opened up a 6/10 gap to Tayson Tom in P2, and Cartmark there just following behind. These 3 haven't really broken away from the pack just yet. It's just the opening lap, so the whole field pretty much bunched up together. SVKC in P4 there. It's got Kingy very close behind. Likewise, Melvin in P6 now. Although down in P6, I think that might have been where he qualified. But he's got some work to do if he wants to make up some positions here. Kenny in P7 just behind there. You can see in a very funky livery. Running the Ferrari colours, I think, which is always nice to see. Lager in P8 just behind, RMS in P9, and we've got 2 cars side by side. That's SVW defending from Oliar SR. What's happened to Oliar SR? Oh, he's just up ahead. Alright, SVW has lost the position then to Wally, and he's defending against Euphorics there. He's already up into P12 after a very strong start. Hoshi there in P13, just playing the patient game. There's not a lot of room to overtake here in Brands Hatch, and you can just see how close the grid is. But unfortunately, DasStopsChild and Rocco not having the best start, but it's still very early on into the race, and we haven't got a huge gap to the pack just up in front, so anything can still happen. We're only 3 minutes into the race, and we continue to watch this battle. Let's bring up the onboards to see what else we can see here. So the top right, we've got Baptista, who's currently leading the race. Bottom right, we've got Ron, also known as Melvin, who's currently in P6. But we still stay on this battle. Hoshi in a bit of a sandwich. He's got Ifan very close behind. Folks, they're just up in front. I think for now, a lot of these drivers are going to want to hold on to their positions and not make any mistakes, as Hoshi does here. He's got a bit deep on the brakes there. He's going to pick up the marbles, and that's not what he wants at all. And we know how sensitive the McLaren is, especially once your tyres are out of the optimum pressure and temp range. But he should be able to continue at this pace, barring any mistakes. SVW leading this train though, of how many cars? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about five cars in this train, I think. Lely just in the background in P15. I think Lely's had to get used to the driving the Mercedes. Obviously, it wasn't the Bentley a couple of seasons ago, but last season the Bentley was full. This season the Bentley's been full as well, so he's had to go with the Mercedes again. And there we go, side by side, Hoshi and SVW leaving just enough room for each other, but SVW is going to hold into that position. Euphoric State has got past up into P11. And now Hoshi's going to have to, he's going to lose his position to Ithan unless he can hold it. No, he can't. Ithan up into P13, and now Lely trying to go for a move. But he's going to just wait patiently here. Hoshi, just after one mistake, I think he tried to go for a move on SVW. And it didn't pay off for him, and he's lost a number of positions due to the bad exit. That's why you really have to time your overtakes here in Division 1, because you've got to be offline if you're going for that overtake, unless you've got the inside, of course. But yeah, if it doesn't pay off, that's what happens. You lose a few positions. And so SVW still, well, Euphoric State's broken away from this pack, and SVW now leading this pack. This pack behind once again. We'll go back to the race leader, Baptista. He's got a 2-second gap to Tayson Tom. Tayson Tom has got SVV-KC very close behind him, though, within a second. But I don't think that's what Tayson Tom will be thinking about at the moment. SVV-KC has Cartmark just 3/10 behind him. We know the Bentleys and the Ferraris are very strong here at, even the Porsches, but they're very strong here at Brands Hatch, so that's why you'll see quite a few of the Ferraris right at the top. Yeah, Cartmark and SVV-KC battling a bit, losing some time to Tayson Tom just up ahead. They've gapped each other ever so slightly now. Melvin having to defend against Kingy. These two battled before in the past for championships. I think season 4 there was only like 1 or 2 points difference between these two at the end of the championship. And Melvin taking it just by a couple points. So these two will be used to battling each other out on track. Melvin having to defend. He's got it. He's made a position up into P5, but now doesn't really seem to have the pace early doors to pull away from these two behind Kingy and Lager. Yeah, there's so many battles to keep track of. I don't even know who to flick to next. Euphoric State is on the back of Kingy now. We've got a bit of a battle going on here. I think that was Deedee in a huge battle here. Oh, there's a bit of a collision there. I think SVW just getting the rear end out of the of his Mercedes there, but luckily somehow they've made it through cleanly. That just shows the experience and racecraft of Division 1 coming into play there. And unfortunately SVW losing a few positions down into P14 now. He's going to have to defend against John Jig, who is a new driver in Division 1, being promoted from Division 2 after finishing, I believe, second last season in Division 2. And he didn't actually put in a qualifying lap, which is quite surprising. But he's here now in P16. And Tayson Tom looking at the gap at the top. Tayson Tom is closing it down to Baptista, 1.6 seconds. But he hasn't been able to pull away from SVV-KC or Cartmark behind. These three drivers pretty much even on pace, and they're all catching up to Baptista every lap here. A bit of a mistake from Cartmark we saw there. Needs to be careful because these Ferraris don't like the curbs at all. And speaking of curbs, McLaren's are even worse over them. But a mistake there from Melvin. He's going to have to go extremely defensive towards the final corner. But no, he's been able to hold on to that position. Not able to capitalise on that huge mistake from Melvin. You can see he's really feeling the pressure this time around. And he's building a bit of a train here. Melvin leading this train, followed by Kingy And then Lager, Kingy having a look down the inside. Ooh, it's close there. He backed out of that one. That's Lager down the inside of Ollie RSR. These two are going side by side now. Ollie's kept that inside for the next corner. So I think Lager's going to have to slot back behind him. You can see just one battle there between those two. How much time they've lost to Kingy and Melvin up ahead. I think they need to work together if they want to stick with Kingy and Melvin. They shouldn't really need to battle this much early on, and we're only about 10 minutes into this race, because if they do continue battling, you can see who's in the background: Kenny and Euphoric State, who don't seem to be battling too much, and they are catching, oh I said that, and Euphoric State having a look down the inside there, but they are catching the pack up ahead, so we could have a 6-car battle for P5 very shortly. But Baptista now seems to be losing a lot of time to P2, P3 and P4. The gap's only 1.3 seconds where it was a whole 2 seconds. So I think he's taking it a bit easy to begin with. But we'll go back to this battle between Euphoric State and Kenny, both running black and red on their cars, which are pretty much SimZone colours as well, which is good to see. But for Kenny, I think it's those Ferrari colours, maybe even both, and almost making contact there for both of them. Euphoric State a bit late on the brakes. I think Kenny might have been a bit early even, but luckily neither of them making contact. I'm sure Kenny's feeling the pressure right now. He's doing a good job of defending though, and dipping a wheel onto the grass there, that's not going to help with slowing the car down. The Porsche here down this back straight, it's not going to have the legs, I think, to get this move done on Kenny. So he's going to have to stay there in P10. This battle's still going on. Now Lager seems to have got past Ollie RSR, so he's battling for P6 now, and this isn't what Kingy wants. They're letting Melvin in P5 get away, and there's a huge collision there. Oh, not a huge collision, but someone's off. SVUKC, oh no, it wasn't even a collision, he made a mistake, and oh, a bit of a bad rejoin there from SVUKC. I'm not sure, that was quite hard to tell. I think Ollie RSR didn't really expect him to be on the inside, and he's going to get that position back as Ollie RSR. SVUKC having to defend now from Kenny and Euphoric State. Another 4-car battle. Look at that. SVUKC trying to look left and right for the opening, and oh, he's had a huge amount of oversteer there and caused a massive collision with Ollie RSR. I'm sure is not going to be happy with that at all. I think SVUKC a bit too late on the brakes, just got their rear end out, and they're going to have to wait for the whole grid pretty much to get back past. Yeah, Ollie RSR definitely not going to be happy with that at all. SVUKC possibly a tad bit aggressive there into turn 1, but he's got the car going once again, and I think he's going to have to wait till the pit window to repair that damage. Seems to be quite a lot there. If he pits now, it's going to be before the pit window, and he's going to have to make a second stop, which isn't what he's going to want. But a few of the comments coming in, Wagner there saying, showing his support for Baptista, who's losing a lot of time there to Tayson Tom. The gap now under a second between the top two. Essa, good to see Essa, it's been a while since we've seen him showing his support for Kingy and Ollie. Jan in the comments recognising that SVW is racing. Yes, he is. Currently in P13, having a good battle with John Jing in P14 there. SV Baptista now might be feeling the pressure to Tayson Tom just behind. Baptista opened up quite a big gap in the first few opening laps, but ever since he's been losing time lap after lap, and we see now SVUKC into the pits to repair that damage, which is a bit unfortunate. He's going to have to make 2 stops this race. Ollie RSR down in P18 after that collision. he's not too far off the pack. He's only a second back off of RMS, who's got some huge damage. I'm not sure what's happened there. I think he's had an off by himself. Not quite sure. We did see a collision on stream at least with him. And it doesn't seem like anyone else has had a collision with him either, so he may have had an off by himself. And Oliosar is going to want to get back past him at some point. But yeah, I think RMS is going to try and keep it out on track for as long as he can, or at least until the pit window opens. There's only 5 minutes till that pit window opens. Let's see if he pits now. They're going side by side here. Seems like he's putting up a good fight there. And no, he's not going to pit, so wise decision there by RMS to keep it out on track. We'll go back to the race leader, Baptista. This is now a 3-car battle for the race lead. Baptista, Tyson Tom and Cartmark all battling out for the race lead here, and we're so early on, still 15 minutes into this race. I mean, only 15 minutes into this race. We've got so many battles going on. Just shows you how close Division 1 is. Pretty much had the top 16, top 17 within a second of each other. And then the top 2 or 3 within a couple of tenths. Which is what we've seen in previous seasons in Division 1 as well. But look at this, Kenny and Euphoric State. Very, very close. Looks like Euphoric State has got past Kenny there, and that's Lely looking for a move down the inside. Oh, he's had to cut across the corner there to avoid contact, I think. That's going to be a track limit warning, and Hoshi's going to hold on to that position. But look behind, Ithan and Deedee trying to battle it out here. Deedee not close enough to get this move done on Ithan. So he slots back in, but we've got so many trains going on, 4-car battles, 3-car battles across the entire field. And good to see SVV Casey back out on track. And look at the Bentley just monstering the inside curbs there of turn 1. And very late on the brakes for Hoshi there into turn 2. We've seen him do that before in the early stages of the race, but he's managed to hold onto that position. Bit of a poor exit out of Graham Hill, and Lely's looking to get that move done into Surtees, I think it is. But no, had a bit of a nudge there on the exit of Graham Hill, or Graham Bend. I can't even remember the corner names, to be honest. Yeah, that halted his overtake really. And you can see in front, Euphoric State and Kenny not too far off of this pack. Euphoric State 8 seconds back to Lager in P6, but Lager and Kingy still very, very close. Kingy's defending that inside line, moving back over to the racing line now. So a lot of tyre marks through that final corner, maybe a few lockups earlier on in this race. But Oliosar making some progress up into P16 now after that early collision. But definitely a lot of time left in this race to make up some places. Lager now, I think he's just biding his time here. So we'll switch to John Jing and SVW, 3-car battle here actually. That is Ithan just up ahead, SVW in P11 and John Jing in P12. So another good battle going on for P10 here. And a much better exit for John Jig, but he's going to play the patient game. Sit behind SVW, try and work with him to close that gap back up to Ithan in P10 there in the Bentley. Let's bring up... Oops, that wasn't going to happen. A bit of a misclick there, but nope, that wasn't going to happen either. Not exactly sure. Ah, there we go. Let's bring this one up. That's Baptista on the right hand corner of your screen, and this wasn't meant to happen either. Hold on. We've got something going on here. There we go. Now we can bring them back up. Bear with me a second. Here we go. I've got Baptista on the right hand side of your screen, and then the official broadcast from the trackside views on the left hand side. Still watching this battle between John Jig, SVW and Ithan. And they seem to have DasStopsChild now closing in on this battle. So a 4-car battle once again for P10. The top 3 still within a second of each other. It's very, very close at the top. Lager still in P6, not able to get that move done on Kingy. But possibly trying to work together to catch up Melvin, who's only a second and a half ahead of them. And here we go, John Jake pulling out of the slipstream. Now trying to get a move done. SVW moves back over to the racing line. And no space there for John Jake to go for a move. He has to be careful though, he's got DasStopsChild close behind him now. So yeah, has to be very careful that he doesn't give up that position. Oli Assar back onto this train, so God, this is possibly a 6-car battle here for God knows, it's P10 now, and what's that? Euphoric State's made a mistake. He's dived into the pits now, possibly losing the car on his own. That's DasStopsChild also going for an undercut, which is probably very wise on him. He's stuck behind this train, so I'm sure the undercut, if he plays his cards right, will work out for him. RMS now into the pits, Rocco into the pits as well. So those 4 drivers all opting to pit at the same time. Donjik still not able to get past SVW here. He's going to have to do it soon because Oli Assar is closing in, and we know Oli is a very, very fast driver. Was further up the grid before the incident with SVVKC. He's going to try and get this move done as soon as possible. And we've now got Cart Mark into the pitch, which is quite surprising. Possibly going for an undercut as well on Tyson Tom and Baptista. And what's happened to Melvin actually? He dropped down the order. He's made a mistake somewhere because Kingy and Lager both up into P3 and P4, so Melvin's definitely made a mistake. And I know he hasn't pitted, he's not too far off of Kenny, so he's made a mistake somewhere. You know, the tyre wear on the Lexus is absolutely horrendous. He's going to want to pit as soon as possible, really. Especially with the track temp being 36 degrees. We'll go back to Tayson Toms fighting for the race lead here. These two have been battling since the start of the race. They've been inseparable. But while we're watching these two, we've got one simple request for those that are watching on stream. You can see the donation box there in just at the bottom of your screen, and we are trying to get funds for a PS5 to run a PS5 championship, possibly on Saturdays. We'll still have the PS4 as we are now on Sundays as well. But yeah, please head to that link. Definitely help us get to the goal as soon as possible, because 1.8 is coming out on PS5 this month reportedly, and PS4 won't be getting any future updates, so we definitely want to be doing the newer version as well. Jason Tom still within a few tenths to Baptista. seems to be inching closer every lap, just by about half a tenth or so. But the slipstream is definitely going to benefit on that long back straight. SVW now into the pits. Euphoric State with not the best pit stop. He's down in P19 now, so I wonder what's happened to Euphoric State. He's got, I think that is cart mark behind him. Yep, cart mark behind him. Blue flags are being waved. He's going to have to move out the way at some point, but this isn't really what cart mark wanted. He's going to be stuck in traffic now. As long as he can get past them without any hassle, he should still be okay for getting that undercut on the top two, especially with them battling so hard now. 3 tenths is the gap. Slipstream definitely coming into effect for Tace and Tom, but just not able to get close enough for a move just yet. Back to 4.5 tenths is the gap between these top two. Oshie into the pits. Melvin, after his mistake, still hasn't been able to pull away from Kenny. I think the tyre wear on that Lexus really hindering Melvin here. But we keep an eye on that battle. Rocco and John Jig, just 2 tenths between those two. Rocco and the McLaren just behind. You can see, ooh, a bit of a slide there, I think, from the number 89 McLaren. He held it together very nicely though. And continues to apply that pressure onto John Jig as they approach the final corner. Later on in this race, we'll see if we can get the driver of the day voting sorted out. You'll be able to vote for your driver of the day accordingly. Top two still battling it out. We'll keep an eye on this battle. I think we'll have to bring up the onboards once more. But currently watching John Jig and Rocco battling out for P13. Ethan into the pits now. Let's see where he comes out in comparison. He hasn't got going just yet. I think he's going to be ahead, well ahead of Rocco and John Jig, but compared to maybe Lely and actually no, not Lely. Sorry, Ollie RSR. Still hasn't got going yet. Ollie's coming around the final corner, and he has jumped Ethan in the pits. It's been a very long pit stop here for Ethan, and Ollie RSR up another position. He's on a roll, is Ollie RSR, gaining a number of positions back. And Ethan still in the pits, dropped all the way down. He's got going now. RMS is coming up towards the final corner. I think Ethan will be able to hold on to this position, yeah, comfortably. He exits the pit lane now off the pit limiter, and yeah, Ethan comes out in P16, but he's lost so many positions somewhere out on track, and we're not quite sure where. John Jig is now caught up to the back of SVW, so these three still on track, and John Jig unfortunately hasn't been able to get past SVW, but fortunately for the number 13 Mercedes driver, he holds on and it leaves them to battle it out on track for the rest of the race. 31 minutes left to go. I'm sure SVW is going to be feeling the pressure now, especially as that timer ticks down. Jonjik holds on, but it's allowing SVW to pull away from these two behind him. Kenny now into the pits. SVW Casey still yet to serve his mandatory stop, of course. Pitted before the pit window. Wasn't really the smartest thing to do, because he's pretty much going to be right at the back of the grid. There's not really any point in him fighting with Euphoric State. We'll go back to the top two. The gap's been pretty much 4/10 for the majority of the race so far.
We are halfway through. Keep it up.
And for those that are watching, if you haven't liked the stream, make sure to do so. Just keep the comments going as well. Let us know who you think is going to finish in the top three. Baptista now into the pits, likewise is Kingy. Tyson Tom now takes the provisional lead of the race. He's keeping it out long, which could be the smartest thing to do. He's got clean air for another sector. And if Baptista comes out in traffic, he's going to be in big trouble. Where is he emerging now? He has a bit of clean air in front of him as well, but he has another car behind him. That's Cartmark, who's fighting for position. Baptista on colder tyres now. Fresher tyres, but they're going to be colder. If he's changed tyres, of course. He may not have. He may have taken the risk to hold on to that position. Hold on to P1 once they have all served their mandatory stop. But it doesn't look like it. I think they've both changed tyres, Baptista and Cartmark. So we go back to this battle. Jonjik, Rocco, SVW is now at the back of this train. So what's happened to SVW? Made a mistake somewhere. He's going to have to do all that hard work once again. Hoshi and DasStopsChild within about a second of each other. The provisional race leader now takes Tom into the pits. Baptista, where is he out on track? And where is... Hold on, I think we've had a disconnection. Cartmark, once again, has disconnected. This happened in qualifying and it's happened in the race now. Let's hope he can rejoin. It's really unfortunate for Cartmark. He's going to need to sort that out for next time, I think. Otherwise it's going to cost him a lot of points. But quick looking at this, Tyson Tom has lost about 3 seconds there after the pits. So Baptista playing the pit stops perfectly right. Maybe Tyson Tom didn't get the pit stop perfect. He may have had to wait for the mechanics to move him around and then up onto the air jacks. We go back to this battle. Lager's now in front of Kingy, so Kingy's reversed positions here. He's on the attack this time around. I know Lager, cutting the corner a bit too much there. That's going to be a track limit warning for Lager, definitely. But no drivers picking up any drive-throughs just yet. Only 5 minutes left of the pit window to go. SVVKC and Melvin, who's currently in provisional race lead, are yet to serve their mandatory stop. Losing a bit of time now to Lager. 9/10 is the gap between those two. Melvin now into the pits. We've still got Rocco and John Jig battling out for P9. These two very, very similar on pace. It's great to see. It's a good matchup here in Division 1. But we'll see where Melvin comes out after the pit stop. And Rocco not able to get this move done. 5/10 is the gap between those two. SVKC still hasn't served the mandatory stop. Wonder if he even knows he has to serve it. Still, when he's made a mistake there on the exit of turn 3, another mistake there for SVKC. And he's going to have to wait to get going once more. There we go, he's got the car spun around the right way. And unfortunate for SVKC, but he's going to have to pit this lap, I think. Doesn't really want to miss that pit window, otherwise it's going to be, well, I believe it's quite a hefty penalty for missing the pit window. That the game automatically applies. So after Melvin's pit stop, he's come out in P5. Yeah, not really close to anyone. You can see there on the bottom right hand corner of the screen on the track map, he's pretty much in no man's land. He's got about over 7.5 seconds to Kingy in front, who's actually lost a lot of time to Lager, so maybe something to do with tyre pressures in this second stint, if he has changed tyres. So the gap's now 1.9 seconds between those two. And DasStopsChild and Lely, both in grey cars, but different manufacturers, Mercedes versus McLaren, fighting for P11. It's a real shame that Cartmark disconnected though. He would have been in the battle for the top 3 easily. Let's hope he can get that sorted out for next time around. RMS now within a few tenths of Ethan. We saw earlier in the race RMS having sustained a lot of damage on the front end of that Mercedes, and he would have spent so much time in the pits to repair that. He's still in P16, which is respectable, and now fighting for a top 15 finish here. Just needs to get past Ethan. It's not easy to overtake on this track, especially with a massive Bentley in front of you. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Baptista in the background, who's going to have to navigate his way past these back markers. Tyson Tom in P2. He's lost 5.5 seconds to Baptista after the pit stops.
Is closing now.
And currently watching DD now. There we go, SVKC into the pits. I think it might be too... Is it too late, or has he stopped in time? Not quite sure. Back to this battle for P9. Rocco and John Jig will see if there is a penalty once SVKC exits the pits. But John Jig really having to defend now. Rocco's closed the gap right up. And there we go, Rocco into P9. John Jig back down to P10. Both these drivers getting quite sideways on the exit of turn 1. Yeah, and SVW hasn't served his mandatory stop. It was outside of the pit window, so he's going to pick up a penalty at the end of the race. And it's pretty much disaster for SVKC to be finishing P18 no matter what. But Didi and Kenny now battling out on track. Kenny in a respectable P6. He's got his right signal indicator on. I think he's forgot to turn that off, but it's not the most important thing to be worrying about right now, because he's got a blue, white and gold Porsche filling up his rearview mirrors here as they go on to the 29th lap, I believe. Didi running wide there through the final corner. He's struggling to get it back on track there. That's what grass does. Grass and gravel really pulls you in. And look how much time he's lost. It's as soon as we flick to someone, they make a mistake. But Oliver Assar in P8 has had a great recovery drive so far. But a bit deep on the brakes there into turn 1. And he's currently sitting in P8. Lenny and DasStopsChild still battling for P11. The gap is coming down ever so slightly. It's really coming down. It's about a couple of tenths between these two now. Bit of a mistake there for Letty. Slightly wide, picking up a bit of the grass. Then we've now caught up to Rocco, who has made a mistake somewhere because John Jig is back into P9, and Rocco is about 6 seconds off there to John Jig. So definitely a huge mistake somewhere for Rocco, who's now having to defend once more against Letty and DasStopsChild. So a 3-car battle here for P9. Rocco holding on, but Lenny and DasStopsChild still in the same positions. I think Lenny's being a bit cautious here. He doesn't want to go for the move just yet on Rocco and then open up the door completely for DasStopsChild, who's directly behind. Lenny just closing that gap slightly to Rocco. Thank you, Ricer Boy, for the donation. Then I did say he said, "This is a donation message." I was hoping to see more people donate so we can get a PS5 league. Yeah, definitely hope to see more donations come through within the next few streams that we do here at the SimZone, or even towards the end of this stream. But still watching this 3-car battle. These are the 3 closest cars on track as we speak, and I think we're going to have to go on board with DasStopsChild here. Oops, we get a good view of what's going on. This is going to be a very good view. That's side by side with Lely and Rocco. Rocco defending the inside line here. Lely wasn't able to get that done. And oh, it's worked though. Rocco's gone deep and he's off the track there. Rejoining. Not losing too much time, but he's lost the lead of this pack. And Lenny now out in front. A bit of a mistake there for DasStopsChild. I think he's going to be side by side here. Well, yes, he is with Rocco. Rocco's going to have the inside for the final corner. 2 McLarens now. It's a drag race to the final corner. No, Rocco sensibly backs out of that one. And look how much time they've lost to Lenny out in front. Surprisingly, they're not putting away a huge amount. He's still got DasStopsChild to worry about. But yeah, definitely the rest of the field really spaced out now. 12 minutes left to go. Baptista has got a comfortable lead at the moment. I think it's about 4 or 5 seconds to Jason Tom in P2. Lager has got a comfortable gap, to Kingy in P4. 4.2 seconds between those two. And yeah, I think we'll go back to this battle. Euphoric step back into the pits. What's happened to him? Has he got any damage on the car? We can see there he's got. Yes, he does. He's definitely lost the car somewhere. Unfortunate for Euphoric State. That's going to be some lengthy repairs. I'll go back to DasStopsChild and Lely. And yeah, it doesn't seem like we're going to have the driver of the day voting here for Division 1 this time. Got a bit of an issue with the website for the voting. But these three still battling it out. You folks that's still in the pits. He's going to want to try and get back out on track. SVBKC has now overtaken him, but obviously hasn't served his mandatory stop. As he served it outside the pit window, so it won't count. And you folks said, yep, after repairing his damage, back out on track. He's got, I believe that's Hoshi behind him, who he's possibly going to have to let through at some point. But Rocco, after that mistake, dropped back slightly for a couple laps, but he's now caught back up to DasStopsChild and Lely, who are having a great battle at the moment. Not really, these three drivers not really close enough to get any moves done on each other. But we'll definitely be paying attention now. The two Mercedes drivers here, RMS. Oh no, SVW's dropped back. He's made a mistake somewhere. Back down into P15. RMS has got Tom in front of him, so obviously a lap down or so. So RMS won't have to worry about Tom in front of him. I believe that is Tom. Yes, it is. We'll go back to this battle. Rocco making a mistake that last lap. It's over a second the gap now to the drivers in front. Yeah, 1.5 seconds. We'll go on board now with DasStopsChild. So Lely right in front of him. You can see the elevation changes here at Brands Hatch. First you're going up the hill, then you're going back down. And back up again, and all the way back down. It's brilliant to have. And a bit of a mistake there from Lely. Look at that, he's missed the apex of the corner. He's gone wide. Is it going to allow DasStopsChild down the inside? I think it is. And they're going to be side by side here. DasStopsChild's got the move done. The consistent pressure has paid off, but he's gone wide as well. So Lely's going to have the outside, and he's got the move back immediately. But look at this, Rocco now is looking for a move on DasStopsChild. They're going to be side by side through the final corner, but DasStopsChild once again has the inside, but he's made a mistake as well, and that's allowed Rocco to take the inside, and he's already got the move done before turn 1. So he's going to go back onto the racing line. And some brilliant driving between these three. But DasStopsChild had the move done on Lely, made a mistake, just carrying a bit too much speed, and lost 2 positions as a result. I think we'll go back on board here with DasStopsChild. See, just under 6 minutes left in this race, and DasStopsChild's got all that work to do again. I don't think it's going to be easy for him at all. He needs the 2 drivers in front to make a big mistake. You see there, DasStopsChild just having to counter steer because of the back end stepping out for that final corner. Last lap for DasStopsChild at 1:25.6. TFJ saying, go Rocco, last 5 minutes. Catch back up. He is looking for a move here on Lely. Those two very, very close. Rocco seems to have the pace to do so. And it seems like he's found it out of nowhere towards the end. Either that or Lely's struggling with the tyre wear on that Mercedes. DasStopsChild not able to keep up with Rocco. You can see the gap between these two. Whether DasStopsChild still a threat and someone to be reckoned with. Now looking at the top, oh look how close, actually before we go to that, look how close Rocco is to Lely, almost pushing him round turn 2 there. And you can tell he's eager to get this move done. The time is running out, we've only got 3.5 minutes left of this race. And where is our race leader? Baptista coming into sector 2 now. Now DasStopsChild looking for a move on Rocco. He wants to get this position back after his mistake. Flash of the lights there from DasStopsChild. Shouldn't really be doing that, but maybe he's seen himself on stream. Or maybe he's telling Rocco, let's work together. Let's get Lely. Now looking at the gap between Kingy and Melvin, it's come down to 1.7 seconds. Melvin in P5, they're just behind, but he's really running out of time here. And it's not easy to overtake that Brands Hatch at all. So Kingy's going to want to defend P4 for his life. We'll go back to this battle once again. These three for this second stint, or this the last 20 minutes or so. These three have been battling, haven't left each other's sight. I'm sure all these three drivers are going to be happy with this race at the end. We'll have interviews for the top three if they're willing to do so. Even though there's no official driver of the day voting, let us know who you think your driver of the day is in the comments. And oh, a huge mistake there for Rocco. A bit of oversteer, and the curb on the exit of turn 1 definitely not helping, and he's lost that position. The consistent pressure of DasStopsChild once again paying off, and it's unfortunate for Rocco. He's not going to be happy with himself for that one, because this is, I believe, the last lap. Where is Baptista? Yep, this is the last lap. Well, hold on, where are they on track? And where is Baptista? I think Baptista's behind them, so they are pretty much a lap down. Or almost a lap down, so they've still got another lap to go, and another lap means more opportunities for mistakes. from either of these drivers. TFJ saying, Jan saying Kenny and P6, great, yeah, definitely. And Taysom Tom catching up to the leader really quick, getting a second to him, says TFJ. Yeah, 5.2 seconds, but it's not enough for this race. And look at this, Lely's going to have to go very defensive coming towards turn 1. No, he knows he's confident enough. Oh no, we've got a drive through for Melvin, that's for track limits. And he's going to drop down the order. What a shame for Melvin. Pushing a bit too much to try and catch Kingy. But there we go, SVV Baptista crossing the line in P1. A great finish from him. Taysom Tom in P2. Lager rounding off the final corner in P3. And Melvin's going to... he's not going to be able to serve that drive through, so he's going to get a penalty at the end of the race. Kingy's going to finish in P4, very good result there for Kingy. And Melvin, there we go, crossing the line, getting a 30-second penalty for that drive-through penalty. Kenny then is going to cross the line in P6, which will be P5 after that penalty. But P6 on track for Kenny, P7 on track for Deedee. A very good result for Deedee after switching back to the Porsche. Oliver saw after a great recovery drive. That's SVVKC behind him, so you won't have to worry. He's going to finish in P8. SVVKC is going to pick up a 130-second penalty, which is probably going to drop him back down into P18. John Jing is going to finish in P9. Lely is going to hold on after a hard-fought battle, and he's going to finish in P10. DasStopsChild in P11. And let's see the final order. So Baptista in first, Taysom Tom in second, and Lager in third. Melvin drops all the way down to P7, and SVVKC seems to hold on to P17 with Euphoric State a lap down. So there we go. Let's see if we can grab an interview with the top 3. Just wait just wait for the drivers if they're up for an interview to join us once they get out of the cars and everything, of course. But what a race in Division 1. Probably one of the best races we've had so far, I think. And the grid being super, super close. Still just waiting on a few drivers if they are going to join the interview waiting room. Let's hope. Yep. Okay, looks like SVV Baptista is in the waiting room. Just bear with me 1 second. There we go. We've got our race winner, Baptista, in the booth with us. What a race from you. Had Taysom Tom and I think it was Cartmark very close behind you in the early stages of the race, but after the pit stops you sailed away from them, so congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
Oh, thank you so much. Well, the Ferrari here have a good pace, and in my mind, I think that I need a first place in qualify and pole position, and to start and stay in front of the Ferraris, because I know in such a point of the race, the Ferraris will come and will start to fight with me. But my strategy worked. I stopped, I changed my tires, and no mistakes in the pit stops. And when I come back, unfortunately, cart have disconnect, I think.
Yeah, disconnection.
That's a pity. That's a pity. It was with a very good pace also. And when Taston stopped and come back to the track, 3 seconds behind, my mind, I think that will be a very good opportunity to win this race. So that's it. Thank you so much, the SimZone, all the guys, the Scuderia Veda Velocità, my team, everybody that watched the stream. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, congratulations once again. And good points for you in the opening round of the championship. And we hope to see you back on the top step for next round.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. I hope in next track to have same result, and let's rock in the next round. Thank you so much, guys.
So there we have it. That was Baptista then in the interview with us, and I think that's all we're going to have for the interview for today. But once again, thanks to everyone for watching. There we go, got it out eventually, and we'll see you on Thursday for the multi-class, I believe.